We get going. Sit back, relax. I'll capture the questions here until we get started, and then we'll get going. Thanks, everyone. And good day, everyone. Welcome. Oops. We had fun yesterday, didn't we? It was our first day. And I saw the message that one of you said that you started today. Yeah, the recordings are over in Learning Management System, lms.simplylearn.com. If you go into the PMP course over to live classes, you'll see the date on the classes, and within 24 to 48 hours, you should see a link to the recording. It is streamed. It's not downloadable at this point. Seems like there's 2 community threads. Which one to follow? I'm going to have to look into that. Okay, Sachin? I have not yet looked at that. I haven't gotten any sleep since we last talked either. Okay. Yeah, look for the one with Tim's name on it. And if Tim's name on it is on both of them, we'll use both of them. Just choose. And honestly, everyone, I get emails on anything that's in the PMP folder forum, so I will see it. The session note old seems corrupted. Well, so I share that file at the end of class every day. So if you missed it, or if you didn't download it, or if you couldn't, between yesterday and today, what you'll get is today's notes on top of all the others, okay? And I've renamed it to session notes, and that's what I'm going to be using throughout our time together, okay? Yeah, I don't know what happened. Zoom is not a perfect tool, and sometimes when we download files, it blows them up. Welcome to the wonderful world of technology, right? So looking at our dashboard, we got 15 slides done yesterday. We should have gotten 57, but that's all right. I'm not worried. We'll get everything done. We still have a long ways to go. We're in our first lesson, but the format is not supporting. It is a flat text file. So any reader that can use TXT files works. And Apple, even though Apple is a different format, it does recognize the different bit layout that Windows text files do. I know that. So it may have been in the downloading that it blew up on you. Everything else that you have questions about, you'll find in the session notes, and you'll also find in the dashboard and other items that I've discussed. Okay, use that as your starting point, and you can go from there. It is a really handy file. It tells what I share on a daily basis and how we can use them. It has the appropriate links. And it has a few other things. Now, today, we're going to start off a little lower in our text file. And we're going to start off here. Now, you'll see that this may not be your today date, right? This is my today date. I'm 11 and a half hours behind IST. So when you see these timestamps inside of the file, just do the math and you'll figure that out. Okay, like 11 and a half hours behind. When you see a single line of equal signs like that, that means that either I'm going in between lessons or I'm going in between dates. And if you see a date, that means that this is a new date. It's a new class. And I usually have a stand-up to the new class, okay? Notice that we're going to have a little discussion before we start, and then we're going to get into the slides. And here are those 57 slides I'm expecting us to go through, and we'll see how we do. Now, I do have some instructions for all of you at the end of class, what you should be doing this next week. and you can review these, or if you have your own self-learning method, follow that, use that if it's successful. If not, I have a lot of hints. The last thing that I have in the session notes are questions from yesterday. Notice I have not answered these, right? Those are the ones that are left over. And I'm going to pile any other questions on top of that. So we're going to keep a running list of questions together. And I'm going to put that to the side. So let's start with our stand-up. We're going to talk about stand-ups a little later in our material. But for right now, let's use it as a short meeting at the beginning of class. And it sets our status, it sets our forecast. It also gives us any type of items that we need to discuss as a group, right? Today, we're going to talk about these items, okay? First of all, where to find these PMI documents that I referred to yesterday. Second of all, how to download them for free. And thirdly, how to use them in our preparation. These are the three biggest items when people say body of knowledge or practice guide, okay? Okay, so what are we talking about? First of all, what documents, okay? What documents are useful for our work? Project management body of knowledge. And we're going to be using the 7th edition because the 6th edition has been retired. The process group practice guide, the Agile practice guide, the code of ethics, and also the exam content outline. Shalini, I've tried that. I've gone back and forth 7 years. Okay. And based on the behavior of students and the organization of files, it seems that one is a little easier. What you will get used to is doing a search on time date stamps. And that's probably the best way. But honestly, the session notes will be organized just like the dashboard is here. Okay, code of ethics, I will cover that. In fact, I hope to get to that topic today. Okay, Vijaya? That's why I'm bringing it up right now. Okay, now there are other documents we can look for. But where do we find these? We'll talk about the exam content outline a little bit more, okay, Vijaya? We're not done with it by any means. Where to find our PMI documents? PMI.org. And then we go over to standards and publications. Okay. Just a second here. See that right there? This will allow you to go to the project management body of knowledge directly. It'll also allow you to go over to the practice guides. There's a lot more here. Okay. This is just the beginning. You click on the PMBOK guide, it takes you to the PMBOK guide. You click on practice guides, it takes you to the practice guides. Can you get PMP exam prep from PMI.org? It depends on what you mean by PMP exam prep. This is where you're going to apply for the exam. The material are actually designed by Project Management Institute. I work with a group of volunteers inside PMI, and we review and validate that. The student handbook, actually, you can order it through Simply Learn. Simply Learn has what's called a favored relationship with Project Management Institute. It's an approved training provider for PMP preparation. And because of that, we're allowed to use their training content, okay? Yeah, it's a separate way to get the material. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't published it yet. It's just that they reserve it for people who go through the PMP prep program. Anyway, I want you to notice something here. These documents can be downloaded as a PDF if you are a paid member. Okay. Otherwise, it's going to be about $99 or $50 if you're a paid member. Okay. So here's the trick I want to teach you. How to get them for free. Pay for 1 year's membership. Okay. That's not free. Well, actually it is. Okay. What happens is 129 or 139, if it's your first time, gives you a $150 discount. Okay. This pays for the membership. Okay. The discount on the exam. Okay. And you were already going to take the exam. Some of you actually got a digital key from Project Management Institute to purchase the project management body of knowledge too. It actually, what it is, it's a 1 year's membership. Okay. And once you have this, then you can download all the published PMI documents. Okay. Right. All the practice guides, not just the process groups in the Agile. You get requirements management, governance, business analysis, all those. You get the foundational standards. These are fun. If you're interested in earned value and risk management and organizational project management and program portfolio management, these are all free if you're a paid member. Let's see here. What else? Practice standard for estimating, if you want to get into detail there. For scheduling, this is a really good one. Work breakdown structures, that's scope. Configuration management, we're going to talk about that. That's actually a critical part of project management. There's so much here, everyone. Now, that's just that. Okay, there are other benefits, by the way. For a year, as long as you're a member of PMI, you have access to all the copies of Entrepreneur and Forbes and Harvard Business Review. That's my favorite. I love reading that. Middle East Journal of Business and New African. It gives you a really good spectrum of, objective research of our world, our economy, and our politics. It's pretty good stuff. So there's a lot of other things here. There are some other free items that you might want to look at, and I'll show you some other benefits too. And it's just for a year. You don't have to be a paid member. I'm not saying you have to, but this is the easiest way to get a free copy of the Project Management Body of Knowledge. Remember, it's the 7th edition we're using, and we're using it in combination with the process group practice guide and the agile practice guide. You'll see me using these, and I actually show you how to use these in your preparation by demonstrating this. Now, how to use them in the preparation, okay? Use them as a reference, just like Wikipedia, okay? When you get a question wrong, or if you get something wrong, Espero, I would recommend it. It's up to you. I would recommend that you do it outside of class, okay? Because again, it was given to you and it is watermarked, and that's your choice. But still, I prefer if you did it outside of that. I know your intentions are good. Okay. Now, what about reading these? It helps a few people. Most people can't read books like standards guides and that kind of thing. Pushed, I can do it. I tend to actually use it as a reference, like an encyclopedia or a dictionary, and that's the best use I've found. And actually, the best of my students use it that way. Like, you get a practice question wrong, you go back to the practice question, copy down the concepts and the definitions and the topics that are in it, and then you review it. You look it up and you find definitions and you find context. You put all these together and you connect the dots. It takes a little bit of slow, but it's the way we learn. It's the best way to learn. The digital key that's used to unlock the PMI exam voucher, that's also for membership. I do not know, Manali. I know we have different digital keys. Okay. Okay. That's a secret. And that's what I use. And this is how I function. Whenever you have a question for me that stumps me, and that happens often, I go over here to my PMI documents and I look at it over at the 7th edition of the PMBOK. I sometimes use the process group practice guide. That's for traditional projects. And I often use the Agile practice guide. Now, there are other books. If you really, really want to really study this stuff, I have some academic references that I use that are pretty good too, that are outside this. Is that enough for study and reference, Imran? I'm going to say this again, okay? There are details in the Agile practice guide and the process group practice guide that you don't find in the PMBOK, okay? We have this big thing called the body of knowledge, and we call that the framework for project management. Now, within that framework, we have methodologies. We have traditional methodology. They call that the process group practice guide. And we also have agile methodologies. We call that the agile practice guide. And I'm going to show you, Imran, how valuable these are. And I'll leave it on your shoulders to depend, whether you want to buy them or not, or whether you want to become a member and get free copies. Okay. I made the decision back in 2001, and I've never looked back. My volunteer time in PMI is wonderful. My interactions with friends and peers and coworkers has been wonderful. And I've learned a lot with working deep within Project Management Institute. It's a volunteer organization made like people like you and me. And there are some wonderful things you can do with it. Now, that being said, it's your decision. You don't have to be that way. Even with the PMP, don't have to. Are they need to study for the PMP exam? I'm going to say it again, okay? I'm going to say it again. These are the documents I recommend. You're going to see me use them. There's some information in here that you can't find anywhere else, okay? Okay. Very good. Okay, let's see what else we can talk about it. Okay, okay. First day today, after this class, review the notes from yesterday. Follow both days' recordings, okay? Also, you'll be doing this, okay? This is the homework I'm going to be giving everybody today anyway. Start a journal, write it down, capture the topics that confuse you, and capture the information you find from looking that up, okay? Download and organize the content you have access to. I would go into yesterday's notes and recording, and I go into great detail on that first day on where you can find certain documents and how certain documents can help you. Start the self-learning content also, okay? And then also, don't worry about assignments right now. We'll have more than enough just to get through. Start that. And where to find the notes, I share them with you at the end of class. And at the end of class, I will also give you the link to our online folder. Okay? Okay. There we go. Let's go over to slide 15. You're very welcome. Let's see. We ended up talking about the 12 principles and talking about the 8 domains that are in the 7th edition. Rajesh, just go through the self-learning from the beginning to end, okay? It's organized in a very similar way for this class, believe it or not. Okay. Is everybody ready to go through the slides now? Okay. So we talked about the 12 principles and we talked about the 8 domains. Okay. Now we have the Agile methodology. And if you remember, I introduced 2 different ways of doing projects or 2 different methods. Okay. And let's review that. We have predictive or traditional methods. We have adaptive or agile methods. Okay. We'll talk about this much more detail in section 2. But for right now, this is how I want you to address these two items. In predictive, we have work history on this type of work. We can build a reasonable plan. It's predictable. It's predictive. Okay. The plan leads us to project success. Okay. That's what you want to think of when you think about traditional projects. With adaptive projects, they're different. We have no work history. The work is uncertain, complex, prone to great change. Okay. We need to rely on strong relationships. Relationships between the project manager and the team, between the team and the stakeholders, between the stakeholders and the project manager, between the experts and everybody, between the sponsor and everybody, between business and everybody. Everybody has strong relationships. Okay, so we can say for adaptive methods, our relationships lead us to project success. Now, you may not know what that means. Don't worry about it. I just want you to start thinking about this. And as we get into it more and more, this is going to make incredible sense. Okay? Okay. Let's just leave that here for now. I want to talk about Agile, and this is the formal introduction to Agile for this class. I'm going to give you a little bit of background. Okay. There we go. So in the early to middle 1980s, groups of workers and companies had started working on software development and building software for other companies, right? And they were learning how to do it. One of these people was a guy by the name of Brooks. He worked for IBM, and in fact, he was the project manager for the operating system for the IBM 380 mainframe. And he was very frustrated. He wrote a book. It's called The Mythical Man Month. If you've never read it, I think you should look it up. It's cute, it's short, and it gives you a really interesting background. Okay. You can find it as a free PDF on the internet. Now, in this book, he said software and software projects are like nothing we've ever had to do before. We have to approach them in a different manner. Thank you, Rajesh. I'll be talking about that, Rajesh, at break. Okay. That's a good comment. I thought so when I first started projects. When we say relations, which are very sensitive, can't we make projects independent of people, guided by framework systems, independent of people behavior? Yeah, we can. But then we can get rid of people altogether. We don't need humanity. Humanity's not good for the planet, is it? Why don't we just have machines run everything? Actually, I have a better answer than that. Okay. I'm going to talk about this a little bit before we go on break today. Anyway, Brooks actually put these ideas together, and he said, you know what? People have a tendency to work together. And if you understand people and human behavior, they do things naturally. They gather in groups. They find out how to connect their skills together, and they share work really well. As long as they're not disturbed or distracted or disrupted, they're going to get good work done. And if they enjoy their work, it's going to be great. He said, you know, this isn't hard. This isn't rocket science. What you have to do is understand people. And he said, second of all, we have to have a way of doing projects that embraces change, that embraces complexity. Congratulations, everybody. You live in the 21st century. We've solved all the easy problems of society, haven't we? For the most part. Now we're getting to the complex ones, aren't we? Like weather and climate, like sustainability of civilization, right? Like economy and global supply chains. These are real bad, big, wicked problems. And this is why we need Agile. And we're going to see how Agile can fix these things. And that's what Brooks was talking about. It wasn't just Brooks who was thinking these things about what would be a better way of doing projects. There were other groups of people, and some of them got together and called it Scrum. And some of them got together and called it feature-driven design. And other people got together and called it something else, right? And there's about 19 different groups, and they all came together in 2001. And they said, you know what? We have the same ideas. Let's create an alliance. And that's what they did. In fact, the practice guide that we have at Project Management Institute was written in combination with the Agile Alliance, okay? Now, they did some interesting things. Agile is not a set of tools, okay? It's not a set of tools. I want to show you what Agile is. Where are you? It's chapter 2. Here we go. It's a mindset. Agile is an attitude. Okay. Let's start off with that. What does that mean? Agile is an attitude, a mindset. Okay. It's a different way of looking at things. It really is. It's a strange way of looking at things. If you've been doing traditional projects for your entire career, it's really strange. Here's what they came up with in 2001. It's called the Agile Manifesto, or a public statement. A manifesto is just a formal public statement, okay? And this is what they said as an alliance. Where can you get the practice guide? I covered that about 5 minutes ago, okay? You can get it over at pmi.org. And you can download it. Actually, there are places on the internet you can get it for free. Okay, I won't tell you where. You can find it real easily. In the manifesto, they said We're uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Okay, I'm going to say something here, and I want to be very clear with this. It's not that we don't use processes and tools. Individuals and interactions are more important. Okay. We've come to value working software over comprehensive documentation. Documentation is good. Working software is necessary. Okay, if you have to sacrifice one, you're going to sacrifice documentation, right? What's good is documentation without the working software. We've come to value customer collaboration over contract negotiations. It's not that contracts are bad. It's that customer collaboration is what it's about. And if you think about it, that's why we have contracts in the first place. Okay. It's sort of silly to put contracts as more important than people working together. And the same thing is responding to change. It's not that Agile doesn't like plans. It's not that we don't have plans. We have plans in Agile, but change is more important. I'm not saying change for change's sake. I'm not saying uncontrolled change. I'm saying Agile change. Okay, it's different than traditional change. We're going to have to talk about that a little bit. Here's the statement that you want to think about right here. While there's value on the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. Okay, it's not that we don't want the items on the right-hand side. It's that we need the items on the left. Okay. Okay. That is the Agile mindset. That's just the beginning. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Now, here's where things get really interesting. The manifesto is reflected in 12 Agile principles. You can see these principles in the Agile Practice Guide over on page 9, or you can go to the slide here on slide 17. One moment, please. Amruta, you made a good statement. Okay. Yeah, it's about people. Okay. It's people-centered design. Okay. You don't design things for engineers. You design things for people. You design things that people can use. You design things that are valuable for people. The early 20th century made mistakes, and it drove many corporations out of business. In fact, it almost destroyed the automobile industry. throughout the 1960s and 70s until people started understanding cars are not the purpose of cars. Cars are not to make car manufacturers wealthy. Cars are to help people move around when they need to. This is why Agile is so important. Is Agile only applicable to the software industry? No. How about this, Monica? Marketing. Agile applies to any company that uses marketing. Marketing is great in using Agile methods. How about software development? How about Apple? Did you know that Apple uses Agile methods in developing their hardware? How about designing prescription medicine? Pfizer and GlaxoSmithKline use Agile methods in developing their medicine. They actually use a hybrid of traditional and adaptive methods, okay? You'll be surprised. Civil industry probably types parts of civil industry is sort of like construction, okay, Rajesh? Yeah, you guys can ask me for 4 or 5 hours. Can this industry or that industry or this industry? Yeah, they can. Maybe. There are parts of Agile that everybody can use. And there are parts of every corporation that can use all of this. Salman, let's talk about that. Okay? There's actually a better way of doing things. Okay, Manas, your question is very precise, and I'm not going to be able to answer it very quickly, okay? And these questions everybody are giving me are curious and very interesting. But I think you get what I'm saying, right? I think you get what I'm saying. Why don't we study Agile together and then you can make up your mind? I think that's a better approach, okay? I'm going to show you Agile and Scrum tools. That's all I'm going to show you. And I'm going to show you how they apply. And then you get to see how you can choose which tools to use. It's your choice. The principles, the 12 principles behind the Agile Manifesto. Satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. Okay, everyone, I want to say something, okay? Please, I'm having everybody make comments and giving me directions, okay? I want you to realize something, okay? If you're having network problems, please check, okay? I have a separate system that watches my internet. I have 2 different service providers. When one gets weak, my router switches to the other. I also have a third failover. I track packet throughput, velocity, compression, and I manage channels dynamically. Okay, so I do everything I can to stay connected to the internet. I don't think you have to worry about me. Okay, I would suggest that you would, if you do have problems with it, I would suggest that you check yours. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I take care of me. I take care of me so you don't have to worry about me. Okay. Yeah. Now I will ask you. Okay, guys, we're getting distracted. We're getting distracted. We are getting distracted. Okay, Bunmi, just a reminder that we should be on slide set 2. Why? Why should we be on slide set 2? Please allow me to set the pace. I understand where people have great issues and allow people to look into the concepts we have most problems with. Trust my direction. I'll lead through this. Okay? Is that fair, everyone? Everyone, please sit back, relax, and have a cup of tea, water, or coffee. Take notes, copy down what you don't understand. We'll discuss at the end of class. You all are managers. Do you know what a project manager is like? Do you know what a project manager is like? This is a project manager. I want it now. Tell me now. We need to go faster. No, we need to go slower. No, the rate isn't appropriate for the way I learn. Relax. You don't have to be a project manager here. Okay. I've been teaching project managers for 18 years, and you have not changed anything. You're just like my first students. Relax. Don't worry. I'll get us through, and I'll actually get us through, and you're going to learn some things, and it's going to surprise you. And if you are open to this, it can really change the way you see things. But you're going to have to listen to me, and you're going to have to take my guidance. Okay. Or you can come in here and tell me how to do this. It's your choice. Everyone in this class is a student, which means respectful, coming to this with curiosity, not with directives, and with an open mind. Okay. Okay. Why point one says software? Because Agile was created by software. Jacob, Agile was developed around the dawn of the software industry, and it actually pointed out software was the type of projects that actually pointed out the problems. Okay. Okay. You all are wonderful. I really enjoy project managers. You're brilliant. You do an impossible job. You do it without asking for help. Okay, this is why I'm here. because you don't ask for help. I want to help you. I want to make your jobs easier, more interesting, more vibrant, and more successful. Watch, just watch. I know you have a lot of doubts coming into this class. You'll be surprised at what you can learn if you just relax. Don't think about where we have to be at the end of the class or tomorrow, or what we did or did not do. Just right here. That's all we need to think about, okay? Let's look at the slides and focus there. Remember, this was developed, and the agile way of doing projects was developed around developing software, although agile grew to actually be used outside of software development. Satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery. Welcome changing requirements. Deliver working software frequently, from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, with a preference to the shorter time scale. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. What does that sound like, everyone? Does that sound like relationship? Sure does. Build projects around motivated individuals. Why? Why do I have to motivate people? Shouldn't they just come in the office and do a good work? We'll talk about that. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information is face-to-face conversation. This is agile. Now, I'm going to say something here, okay? And everybody's going to forget that I said this. But you're going to see this in everything I talk about. Agile methods are necessary for agile life cycles, okay? However, traditional projects can benefit from them too. We'll explore that statement as we go through the material. Can we use it? Can we use that together? That's right. Okay. Actually, Shalini, it's a little bit more than just frequent changes in requirement. Okay, when we get into topics of leadership, Shalini, we're going to get into human and group behavior, and we're going to actually see things that will surprise you. It's going to change the way you think about and treat people, even yourself. Okay, I've studied for 2 decades the way people and groups behave and act, and it's really surprising if you actually just pay attention. There's 6 more principles. Working software is the primary measure of progress, not duration, but actually creating software. Agile processes promote sustainable development. You just don't develop once, you can constantly develop with Agile. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Simplicity is essential. Making things simple. I have the world's most wonderful tea kettle, and it is so complicated to use. It's wonderful, it's beautiful, it's a piece of art, except it's so hard to work with. And it's not designed for humans. It's designed for tea kettles. It's a perfect tea kettle, but it's not the perfect tea kettle that a human can use. For example, it has these wonderful blue lights that show when it's boiling, and when it's off, lights are off. But the problem is those lights, get in the way of the water boiling. And when I go to pour the boiling water out, the top of the lid points to my wrist. So I always burn my wrist with this tea kettle. That's not an agile tea kettle. That's poor functionality. How do companies get away with this? Here's another example. Okay. Here's another example. Have you ever seen somebody walk into a store and they go to push the door only to find it's a pull door? It even has a push plate, and they try to push it and they walk into the door. Who designed that door? They didn't design it for people, did they? Who knows? Maybe they just like pull doors instead of push doors, but they weren't thinking when they designed it. What we design is for human beings, not for our own joy. A project team, engineers, designers, our work we do is for people to use it. The deliverable isn't even ours. We're going to explore that when we talk about Agile. Agile says we're going to do Agile. Nope, we're going to be Agile. Let me give you an example of an Agile project. Okay. Vivek, we'll talk about that. You'll be surprised. Lean comes from quality. And what does Lean have to say about Agile? You will be very, very, very interested when you find a solution. Let me give you an example of an Agile project. Here's the example of an Agile project. A product owner comes to you and says, I just came from business. We have our new product. We'll launch a new smartphone, but we'll make it basic. Just texting and phone calls. It gets the phone in the market quickly for early feedback. Okay. And then we'll launch the phone with better memory. Then we'll launch the phone with a better camera. Then we'll launch the phone with lots of apps. Does that sound familiar? Yeah, that's Agile. That's Agile, guys. If you do it right, it's wonderful, but you have to know why you develop it that way. I'm capturing your question, Jacob, and I don't have an opinion right now. I'm going to have to think on that. I have a little bit of time tomorrow. I'll look at that question. The Agile mindset. That's what we're talking about. Adopt a flexible, change-friendly way of thinking and behaving. Maybe we don't know the best way of doing things. Understand the purpose of these practices. Why do we put relationships over plans? Select and implement appropriate practices based on context. Construction projects. Okay, let me give you an example of a hybrid project, part traditional and part agile, okay? Construction. What? Construction is also agile? Well, think about it, right? You have to do plumbing and electrical and networking work in a traditional way, right? There's all these standards and you have to have inspections and that kind of thing. You can't get away from plans in that part of construction. But let's say you're building a house for a family. You know how you bring mom and dad into the house and they go around from room to room looking at pieces of carpet or flooring and look at the paint on the wall and they hold those swatches? That's agile. How about construction design? It can be, Sahil. In most community developments, it's not. In most commercial developments, commercial construction is not, but it can be, okay? I studied community design, and there are some advanced communities around the United States and the world that are using agile concepts. How about sales and business and development? Oh, dear Raj. Oh, that is incredibly agile, okay? Guys, you can ask me, is this agile? Is that agile? Why don't you let me talk a little bit more about what agile is, and I think you'll find it. Okay. We'll talk more. Don't worry. Your questions will be answered. In fact, before you know it, you'll be able to answer your own questions. We tailor. What do I mean by tailor? The 6th edition of the Project Management Body of Knowledge talked about tailoring. It had the 6th edition had 3 paragraphs. Okay, it said this is what tailoring is, and this is how you do it. We're talking about tailoring project management, right? Well, watch this. The 7th edition, let me show you what the 7th edition says about tailoring. Let's go to the index first. It's back here in the guide. Here's tailoring. It's over on page 131. Okay. Oops. I didn't want to do that yet. Come on. There we are. Why tailor? What to tailor? The tailoring process. Tailoring in the performance domains. I think they're serious about that. It goes from 131 over to page 152. Let's look and see what the definition of tailoring is. I like the definition they use. There we are. Deliberate adaptation of the project management approach, governance, and processes to make them more suitable. How's that? That's a pretty good definition. I like that they include governance and processes too. Okay. That's what we mean tailoring. So actually, the body of knowledge is not rules and laws, right? It's good practice. It says, we found a lot of good ways to do things. And if you do it that way, you're going to get better results. That's what a standard is. Now, you don't have to follow it. There are times that you can't or you don't want to follow it, right? Your organization does it a different way for specific reasons. Or maybe finance says you have to do it this way according to government rules, right? So there's a lot of reasons why you do have to get outside of good practice. Now, the exam is about good practice, and that's what you're going to have to realize, and that's what you're studying here. And just because your organization does not do good practice, that doesn't mean your organization does bad practice. It just means it does projects differently, and there may be a very good reason for doing it differently, okay? That's all. Tailoring makes project management different from good practice, for good reasons usually. Okay. That's what we mean by tailoring. Now, what do we tailor? Do we have the chart for reference like process, group, and process? Kumaran, that's actually part of traditional project management. And I'll show you where it is in the process group practice guide. It's over on page 22. Okay. But I got a hint for you, Kumaran. I have a hint for you, Kumaran. You can memorize everything in the PMBOK, and it might help you a little bit, but you can't memorize your way to a passing grade. You have to do something else, and we'll talk about that, okay? Yeah, Jacob. You'll see why, Jacob, and this is what we talk about. This is what we talk about, Jacob, okay? This is why we have a standard, so it can apply across multiple industries, okay? I have an MBA. Do I have an MBA just in construction or manufacturing or services? No, my MBA is a standard across everything. And project management is the same way. And you do have to tailor it. Like in healthcare, you have to tailor project management because they have certain requirements no other industry does, right? There's a lot of privacy concerns you have, right? Finance, you have to tailor projects and project management inside of finance, inside of education, inside of construction and manufacturing, inside of energy and fuel and oil. And this is the trick. Understanding each industry, each corporation, each organization's needs such that you can actually modify and adapt project management to that. Now, in order to do this, you have to start with some foundational standard, and that's what we call the project management framework. We tailor iterative, repeat, and continuously. We don't just tailor adaptive projects or traditional projects. We also tailor hybrid, right? Let's talk about hybrid a little bit more. Hybrid says I may start off with a traditional project and find out I better go to an agile approach because of what we just discovered. Or I may have an agile project and say, we're going to have to go into a traditional approach because something we discovered about the schedule. And then we might say, you know what? We have two different types of work here. This work requires a traditional approach with very set plans and very set structure. And this approach over here is more relevant for adaptive methods, right? We did this in manufacturing, where the design of a product and the creation of the product was very traditional in the way we did it. But the marketing and the sales and the interaction with people over here was done in an agile way. And we had those across everything. Can we have a very simple project like cooking an egg and inserting those keywords into it? I'll try to make my examples a little more simple. Okay. I do give you some complicated examples, and I do them across multiple industries for a reason. But yes, I will try to keep them a little more simple. Okay, Rima? Let's talk about strategic alignment. We're on our second topic. We get to turn our first topic green. Strategic alignment. Strategy. High level. The big picture. Vision. Mission. Purpose. Objective. Why? That's what we mean by strategy. Okay. Alignment. Everything going in the same direction. Okay. Business and the projects that support business are not just aligned. They are also strategically aligned, right? Where the project objectives are or will support the business objectives. Okay. That is what you want to take away from this topic. Strategic alignment. Projects align with business. Their strategy aligns with business strategy. First of all, there's three parts of project management. The way we work, this is creating the deliverable. This is scope, schedule, cost, risk, quality, contracts, people, communication, integration, power skills. This is leadership. This is groups. This is training. This is self-awareness. Business acumen. That's understanding the business environment, being able to apply it inside projects and being able to apply projects to the business. As a project manager, you're probably closer to a business strategy than other people. You are talking to the decision makers who approve projects and the decision makers who make major project decisions. So you're probably more exposed to strategy inside of business than others, okay? This is your job. This gives you the ability to actually help other people understand why this project is important to the company, okay? You may not think that that's valuable, but you know what? People actually do work better when there's a purpose to it. And when that purpose is personal, it all of a sudden becomes more important. That's why Nike doesn't just sell tennis shoes. You know, they don't just sell running shoes. You know what they sell? They sell a way of life, a healthy way of life that's helping society, you know, come to grips with taking ownership for their longevity and their ability to enjoy life longer. Okay. This is what we mean by strategy. And the projects that happen inside of Nike reflect that strategy. Okay. Every organization fits into Nike's vision and its sense of values around that. Isn't that cool? Now, think about that. You're in manufacturing and you're building rubber shoes. And you can say, okay, I built 10,000 shoes. That's $50 a shoe, 10,000 shoes. You can figure out how much money that you're generating for the company. Or you can say, hey, these shoes are changing the direction in people's lives. It's making them feel better about themselves. It gives them a sense of self-respect. It's helping them grow. Doesn't that change the way the people inside Nike might work? Wouldn't you think it does? It does. This is why we do this. This is why we understand strategy and the business. If we understand why, and if we help our team members and stakeholders understand why, all of a sudden that gets meaning and purpose. Answering that why question for each project is one of the most valuable things you can do. Start with why. Thank you, Simon Sinek, right, Ashish? Yeah, it's important. In fact, this is what we look at. This is how business looks at things, okay? Let's put projects in the context of a business environment, okay? In business, we start up here. This is the idea. We want to go in a different direction. Think about Intel in the late 1970s. They broke away from Texas Instruments, right? And they said, we have a different idea for computers. And then they said, we have a job to do. Our job is that mission. It's to make that vision happen real. Now, what type of an organization has to be in place? How does Intel have to be structured to make this happen? And then here is where we have the projects and the programs and the portfolios. Okay. This is the level of project management right here. It's also the level where ideas are turned into action. Isn't that cool? That's what your job is. Your job is to turn these visions into reality. Now, below that, we have a lot of things going on too, right? That's not the end of the story. We have operations going. You know, you have finance and you have, you know, contracting and purchasing and all the other things. You also have the management of projects and programs. You may have a PMO. You may have organizations that are dedicated to actually helping projects across the corporation become even better. And below that, you have the people and things that are available, not just to run the company, but also do these wonderful projects. Okay? Isn't that cool? That's what our job is right there. It's a foundational job. And that's not the bottom. See, that's not the bottom. It's right in the middle of the company. And think about this. Our job is the level where ideas are turned into action. Keep that in mind next time you go to work. Now, so we know that the vision influences projects. What else in companies influences projects? Well, there are two major influences: vision and mission. Yeah, I can recapture what I said. Vision. This is a better future that we can perceive. Okay. Mission. This is the job to turn that vision into reality. That's what I meant. Okay, Shalini? Okay. There are two major groups of factors that can impact projects. Okay. And you're going to want to be aware of them because they're planning factors. They're going to help you a lot in planning, but we're just going to introduce them at a general level. Okay. They're called EEFs and OPAs. And let's figure out what that means, first of all. We're going to talk about enterprise environmental factors, and then we're going to talk about organizational process assets, and then we're going to explore them a little bit. Let's talk about enterprise environmental factors first. Conditions outside the immediate control of the team that influence, constrain, or direct the project program portfolio. Okay, let me interpret that a little for you. Okay. Enterprise environmental factors. Okay, first of all, we don't have control of them, and they must be part of the project, and they are constraints. Let's look at those first. Okay. Now we can go into the slides, but I actually want to bring these to life to us. And so I'm going to look in one of our books. Where am I going to look for them? Let's see here. There we are. It's over in the Process Group Practice Guide. It's over on page 38. In fact, let me make a note of this. Let's go there. There we go. Here we go. This is a part of a bigger topic, and this is inside the standard, the first section of the Process Group Practice Guide. Okay. Here are the influences, and they're broken up into EEFs and OPAs. Okay. An enterprise environmental factor is a condition not under control of the team that influence, constrain, or direct the project. Okay. Here are some examples of EEFs. Let's start with internal EEFs inside the organization or even inside the project, right? Culture. We're going to talk about culture a little bit, but for now, let's agree that culture means the unwritten rules and laws that govern a group. Okay. For instance, I worked for a company between 2000 and 2012, and every day at 10 o'clock in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, they would have speakers in all their buildings, and those speakers would let out a big bing bong, right? And it told everybody, it's time to step up away from your desk, get some water, stretch, talk to your friends, take 10 minutes and get back to work. That's part of the culture. Okay, it defines the group. We are the group that when the speaker goes bing bong, we stretch and talk to each other. That's the culture. You don't go against culture. There was a wonderful business analyst. He wrote great books in the 60s and 70s. Thomas J. Peters, right, of the Peter Principle. And he's often said that culture eats process for breakfast. You can have all the processes that you want, but if they go against culture, culture will always win. Okay, remember that. That's an EEF. Culture is an EEF. How about geographic distribution of facilities and resources? That's an EEF too. Enterprise environmental factor. It's a constraint. We don't have control over them. If my project spans multiple buildings inside the company, I would rather have those buildings in a single city block so I can walk between them. But if they're scattered across cities or even nations, I'm going to have to work with it. Infrastructure. It'd be nice to have an elevator, but if they only have stairs in the building, I'm going to take stairs. IT software. We all know this, right? IT is going to tell you what software you can use inside the company network. You're not going to go beyond that. That's an EEF. Resource availability, employee capability. In many projects, in many organizations, you are given the people who are going to work on your project. You may be able to request, you may have say on certain technical skills, but the people you're given are the people you're going to use, and you're going to train them. How about enterprise environmental factors outside the organization? Marketplace conditions. Sometimes the organization has lots of money. Sometimes it doesn't have enough, right? And guess what? It still has to get projects done. Social and cultural influences. Holidays, right? Do we work 9 to 4, 9 to 5, or 8 to 4? Do we work half days or whatever? What does, culture say? What does society say? We're not going to go against that. I used to use a group of companies in Germany who were software engineers and software designers, and they had so many more days of vacation than I could believe. It seemed like every other week they were off, and it was wonderful for them. It was frustrating for me, but I didn't have a choice in it. Legal restrictions, right? My part of the world, people have been living there somewhere between 20 and 30,000 years, okay? Just like your part of the world. And if we're building a road somewhere, there are laws in the books that say if you run into an archaeological site that nobody's seen before, that road is done. You don't get a road anymore, okay? That's a law. That's an EEF. Commercial databases, academic research, government or industry standards. These are all EEFs. How about financial considerations, right? What if you have to take out a loan for the project, or the company has to take out a loan, right? That's going to change everything. But if you'd have to, you have to, right? Or physical environmental elements. You know what these are? COVID, right? Earthquakes, volcanoes, climate change. All of these things impact companies, and they also impact projects, and we don't have control over them, okay? When you're planning a project, or when you're trying to understand the organization, you look for your enterprise environmental factors and make a list of them. And then we have organizational process assets. All the implicit input or assets on processes used by an organization in operating a business. This may include, but not limited to, business plans, process, policy, protocol, knowledge. Let's simplify that, okay? Let's make that a little bit easier. Plans, processes, documents, templates, and knowledge repositories. Let's stop right there. Plans, process guides, processes, knowledge, repositories. Okay. They are lessons learned on previous projects and the organization. Okay, that's what they are. That's what an OPA is. Right? Somebody figured out a good way of doing things. And you don't want to figure it out yourself. You want to use what they learned. It's going to make planning easier. It's also going to make the result a little better. So we have enterprise environmental factor and OPA. We look at it in risk planning, Varun. We look at it in scope planning. We look at it in schedule planning. We look at it in budget and quality. Are you getting the picture? It's pretty much an input for all plannings. Okay. Now, how do we find these? We research, we talk to people, we network, right? If you want to know, if you want to know what's going on inside a business, there are various roles that you want to stay connected to, right? Functional managers are one, product owners, sponsors, they can help you find it. But you can also start using these other prompt lists, basically a checklist of items that you want to look for and ask stakeholders about, right? PESTLE is a common tool in exploring the business environment, political, economic, sociocultural, technical, legal, environmental characteristics. TCOP, technical, environmental, commercial, operational, or political. When I say political, I don't mean like, what's their political beliefs, like national politics. I'm talking about politics as a social structure, right? It's basically the formal rules and discipline that keeps a group together. It's the rank and authority, and it's all the decision makers and what their jobs are inside the company. And then we have VUCA. It's another prompt list for exploring for things like EEFs and OPAs. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. These are terms and phrases that you can use to start exploring the work environment. This is interesting. One of the ways I explore EEFs and OPAs is when I have a client that I've never visited before, even if I'm teaching, okay? If I'm just teaching, I still do this after years of being away from consulting. I go to the break room. This is one of the secrets I learned in consulting school. If you ever want to know how an organization works and how its culture works, go to the break room. Look for things on the bulletin board. Do they meet on a regular basis together? What are the things that they communicate when they're just relaxing? What do they share? You know, do you just see formal government posters there? Or do you see people like saying, we're going to have a potluck on Friday. Don't forget to bring your dish. Or have you seen my gloves? I think I left them by the guard's desk in the front door, right? And these things actually help you understand the culture and the nature of the organization and the company. Scary, isn't it? We use other tools. There's a lot of other business tools we can use. SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. You think this is just a silly tool? Actually, this is a really nice checklist. It's good for assessing scenarios, environments, and even people. Okay. These are great tools, guys, and they're available for you to use. Organizational change. What is changing? And what is the organization's perception as change? Does the organization like change? Manufacturing does not like change. You know who likes change? The motion picture industry. Yeah, they love change because it's innovation. It's funny, and they'll if they see profitability in moving money from one business entity to another, they'll do it just because it's different, and then they'll figure out how to capitalize on that value. They're amazing. This slide is where I started thinking about this 1.5 years ago. If I was a project manager, what stakeholders would I look to help understand the business environment? And those are the ones here on this screen. Project sponsor, product owner, the decision makers, right? The people who run the organizations that you interact with. These are the people who are going to help you. They're going to drop little hints. It's funny because you'll be talking to the head of an organization, and they said, you know, I was talking to my friend here in that other building over there, and he realized his organization is going to be impacted by your project. You know, if you want to, I can get you guys connected and have you meet. And these are, see, this is the thing. If you understand people, it makes this exploration and research and analysis real easy. Okay, I think we went through OPAs and EEFs enough. This is, again, this is just a checklist, and they took it right out of the body of knowledge, okay? Oh, okay, thank you, Syed. Let's play a little game, okay? Let's decide which ones are EEFs and which ones are OPAs, okay? How about economic demand for a new shopping area? What do you think? EEF or OPA? That's the EEF. We don't have control over it, do we? The first thing you want to think about with EEFs is we don't have control over them, and they're can constrain us in some way. Okay. Next. Historical society building regulations. Regulations. EEF. How about local neighborhood demand for a better town center? Demand. We don't have control over it, right? Very good. EEF. Archive of past large infrastructure projects. There we go. That's our first OPA, right? See that? It's a knowledge repository. How about an approved vendor and contractors list? Ooh, that's a tricky one. Okay, let's think about this one. Okay. Preferred vendor list. Okay. If you have common work needed, you have to go off this list for a vendor, right? Have to. EEF. Okay, see that? I have another one that's tricky. Okay, I want you to think about this one. Watch. Telecommunications. Okay, cell towers, data centers, right? They have something called a Telecordia standard. It's a list of good practice documents. Also is, if you don't follow these, you don't pass inspection. Okay. So is that an EEF or an OPA? Ah, it's both. And when you observe both, treat it as an EEF. OPA, it's a process guide. Okay? It's a process guide, right? When you tie data cables down, you have to tie them every 18 inches. Okay? Yeah, EEF is a regulation. It's a constraint. Very good, Jacob. So, when you observe both, treat it as an EEF. Okay? This is a good rule of thumb for both the exam and your projects. Okay? Yeah, if you want to do one word, it's knowledge. I don't want to do it that. It's a knowledge base. It's a process guide. Okay? It's process and procedure. Okay. I think that's enough. Let's talk about benefits and value. I'm going to have to think about that, okay, Asta? But I will think about it. I can give you examples of both, okay, Asta? I can show you where OPAs are and are EEFs and where OPAs are not necessarily EEFs. Is there something specific you want from the previous slide, Shalini? This is just a review. This is just a review of what we covered in this topic. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. I mentioned EEFs and OPAs here. Yeah. Organizational influences on project. That's where you see your EEFs and OPAs. I'm going to have to think about that one. I apologize, everyone. At this time of day, my brain is not as fast as others, but I will think about that. Project benefits and value. Okay. Value. Something I hold in high regard. Okay. Personal health. Value. Something worth sacrificing for. I value my health enough to forego desserts most evenings. Okay. That's what a value is. It's something you hold above other items. And companies are the same way. They have to have values too, right? Both human values and business values. Benefit. A form of value. Now, a benefit is a value resulting from a cost. Pay a cost, receive a benefit. Okay. For instance, pay for a project, receive the deliverable and its function, the benefit. Okay. That's what benefits are in relationship to both business and to value. We don't just have value, we have business value. Business value is just that. There's two forms of business value we're going to talk about. We're not going to go deep into finance, okay? Let's keep it simple for a discussion. Net quantifiable benefit identified from a business endeavor. Okay. Net. Total or sum. Okay. Quantifiable. Smart. Specific. Meaningful. Achievable. Realistic. Timely, and time-bound. I can get numbers around it. I can use math on it. Okay, that's what we mean by quantifiable. Net quantifiable benefit, tangible or intangible. Tangible has some physical expression. Okay. This new model of server will save the company about $100,000 in electricity costs every year. That's tangible. Measurable, yeah. That's probably a better word. My brain is getting soft right now, Balaji. We're going to be taking a break in 3 or 4 minutes, and I'll get some fresh coffee. Intangible. May not have physical expression. This public park, when built, will generate community goodwill. Goodwill is a benefit, basically good feelings, a sense of community, a sense of togetherness, right? But it's not measurable. To an extent, actually, if you talk to community developers, they do have a way of measuring this. It's interesting. Now, the most common business value is revenue. Okay. The company makes and sells something and gets paid for it. That's called revenue or income. Okay. Two, when we recover costs, the remaining revenue is called profit. Profit's magical. You spend a cost and you get something bigger in return than the cost. That's a good business decision. It's like buying good stocks. You buy a stock here, wait for 6 months, you sell it, you make money, right? It's when the benefits are greater than the costs. And that's the value. Benefits minus costs. That's the value of profitability. And that is even higher value than revenue. These are all business values. Shareholder, business growth, customer value, employee knowledge. There's financial value, and that's primarily what I'm looking at. Profit, actual revenue minus investment, isn't it? Yeah, Kartik, that's the formal definition. For the purpose of our discussion, I generate an informal definition that is very close to the formal, and it helps us talk to a broader group than just business experts or finance experts. New customers, more customers, first to market, improvements, regularization. What does that mean? Standardization and centralization, right? This was Gartner's claim to fame. If you actually go inside a company and find the same processes doing things differently, why don't you get them to do it the same way, right? Then everybody understands what's going on. And then it's simpler. It's easier to see that things are working or things are not working. These are all values. Now, let's step back. We'll take a break here, but when we come back from break, we're going to talk about this needs assessment slide, okay? And here's the key. Even before a project is approved or even defined, sometimes business discovers a need or identifies a problem. Okay, this is way before the project. And that's what we're going to be talking about. What happens then? What are the decisions that have to be made? What are the data that needs to be collected in order for us to understand this problem or this need? And then when we actually go to propose a project, we know what that project has to do, right? We're way before even talking about a project yet. But before we have that discussion, let's take a break. And when we get back from break, let's see here. I think it's over here. We'll talk about this. Okay. We'll talk about people versus process and which one is more important or less important. Break. First of all, I'm going to post a poll. You'll be able to answer that in a matter of seconds. I'm going to have a timer. That timer is going to be set for 10 minutes. And that gives us an opportunity to take a 10-minute break, right? I'm going to have my camera off. Here, let me turn it off, and I'll turn my microphone off in just a minute. But if you have questions, post in chat, and we'll look at that, okay? Okay. Let's see. Polls open. I'm on mute. We'll talk to you in 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone. One moment, please. I'll be with you in just a second. I like that. 10 minutes is too quick. 2 hours is too quick too. Um, I'll see if we can do 15 minutes. I don't think we can. Okay. There's a reason for that. Even 9 times 5 minutes. What is that? That's 45 minutes. That's almost an hour. That's almost a quarter of a class. And can I justify that? It's hard for me too, especially with the amount of material that we have to go through. Okay. I, I wish I could say something else, but my experience tells me that we need every moment we can. Okay. There's reason for that. How do we different agile and tailor process? Okay. Agile. It's an attitude in doing work and managing projects that helps us adapt to more change and work in an unknown environment. Tailor, the ability to modify based on the needs of business, the environment, and the project. Okay, that's the difference between the two. Okay. Here's the question that made me think. When we say relations, is it people dependent, which is very sensitive? Can't we make projects independent? Okay, first of all, for the first 5 years of project management, it's all about schedule, scope, budget, risk, quality. Then you discover people. Okay. And then all of a sudden, it's all about the people. For the next 20 years, you explore human beings and relationships. And here's why. We're going to talk about this in lesson 4. You can either push and threaten people and they'll get work done, or you can find what people want and need and connect what they want and need to the work they're doing and people being selfish will do work better than you could ask them to do. This is called influence and motivation. Understand people, understand groups, and managing and leading gets very easy. That's why we study people. Okay? Right there. That's why you study people. We'll talk more about this in lesson 4, okay? People are really simple. In fact, people are naturally inclined to do agile work, and we'll talk about that too. So let's talk about this. We're back on slide 37, and we're saying, you know what? A business has a need or wants a change or wants to open up a new line of, a new product line or wants to do something. They need a change, right? They're going to have to measure that. They're not going to have a lot of information or data, and they're going to have to do it at a pretty high level. But what they're going to do is they're going to say, hey, you know what? If we have some people and money and time and put it over here, and if we do it in this way, we're going to get a lot more in return for what they put into it. Let's do it, right? That's a business decision. And this goes on every day. This is the job of the executive. The job of the executive is about 3 or 4-fold, right? They own the vision and the objective of a corporation, or at least a part of it, right? Number 2, they establish the culture of a group. Number 3, they make business decisions. A CIO would bring me and maybe 3 engineers in for a series of meetings. And they'd say, we've heard about these data centers, and I talked to my friend and he used you. And he said that you guys standardized and centralized data centers over here, and you actually built them for other companies. Can we talk about that? And can you help me understand what the benefit of that will do? And that's basically what we did for like 4 or 5 years. It was a great time. Technology was changing. We were still seeing incredible gains in changes in computer architecture, and we're doing some really marvelous things. And we were solving not just business problems, but we were solving people problems along the way too, which is fascinating. Okay, which was almost more meaningful for these corporations. But the thing is, a lot of these people didn't know what they needed. We're talking about executives inside corporations. They knew it was something, but they couldn't really put their finger on it. They were too close to the problem. And so you might have to, as a company executive, hire somebody from the outside to come in and help clarify what we really need to do here. What's the problem? And there are terms for the people who do this, right? If you're talking about financial analysis, you're a finance analyst. If you're talking about business, you're a business analyst. PMI identified this role probably back in 2015, I think, and they said, here's what this person does. They go in and they help executives make decisions. They put business in a functional context, and they look at value and value statements, and they look at, benefit cost analysis and all these other things. And they say, if you do this, it seems, based on all these assumptions, that you're going to get this in return. And so this role of a business analyst became very important, especially with executives who are, who are having to make a lot of decisions, on a very regular basis. Now, this is not just decisions about projects, but projects are the result of a business decision. Like we need to invest $10 to $40 million into a data center. That's fulfilling a company need, right? Centralize and standardize data, get it into one building, make sure that building is protected and the data is protected. Make sure you run it in a very efficient manner. See what we're doing here? This is not just, putting a bunch of computers in a building. It's actually solving a business problem. And that's mostly what projects do. Now, this has to be in line with the vision and the objectives of the business, right? And this needs assessment says, this is what we have discovered you need. Based on these data, here's what needs to be done. Here are the constraints, assumptions, risks, and dependencies, right? Here's the success criteria. How do we measure success at the end of this? Right? All these things are part of that. Now, in order to get this done, we're going to have business documents. They're like project documents. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about maybe 35 to 50 different documents, and I'm going to call them project document. It's not a Word document. It's not an Excel spreadsheet. It's anything, all of the above. In fact, it can even be an email. Let's call a project document or even a business document, let's call it a container of information. So a project document is a container of project information, and a business document is a container of business information, okay? Now, there are two primary business documents that the business analyst is going to help decision makers with, okay? They are two primary documents. And when we get to getting project approval, we're going to need to know these too. They're important for projects, but they're even more important for business. We're going to have the business case, and we're going to have the business or benefits management plan. Those are the two documents that we're going to be worrying ourselves about. Okay. Business case. It justifies the project and it establishes boundaries. We have a project. Based on this business case, we have a project that we need, right? It may have cost-benefit analysis here, right? Here's the cost, here's the benefit, and yes, benefits are greater than the cost. Here's the business need. Here's the quality we need to approach, right? Quality is the amount of correctness. It's not the fact that something's done or it's complete. It's correctly done. Now, once a business case is approved, that signals time that you can start working on something called a project charter. And the project charter is going to be one of our first project documents. We're going to learn in a little while that the project charter does two main things for us. Number one, it documents the approval of the project. And number two, it actually documents the authority of the project manager. It says, here's the project manager of this project, and this is what they're able to do. But we're back in the business case. We're far from getting project approval yet. Now, we also have something called a benefits management plan. From here on out, whenever I say the word plan, let's agree on what plan means. By the way, business case has feasibility, which means we can really do it. The organization wants to do it, and we're willing to get behind it and support it, right? That's feasibility. There's another piece of the business case. Let's see if it's on this slide. Business need, constraints. It's basically justifies the value. It talks about the vision and the objective and the purpose of the project too, right? Okay. Now, the benefits management plan is a how document. Starts off and says how we will. It defines the processes for creating, maximizing, and sustaining the benefits. Okay. How we will create, grow, and sustain the benefits of the project. Okay. That's what that is. Okay. Those are the two business documents. And although they're not project documents, they're going to contribute to gaining project approval. Now, inside the business case, we're going to have some quantifiable metric that says, here's the value that we think the project will have, or the benefits of the project will have. Based on our analysis, this new type of server is going to save us $2 million a year in energy cost savings, right? That's a benefit. That's a quantifiable benefit, and that may be in the business case. There's other items in the business case. There's something called financial analysis, okay? Now, before we get into looking at formulas, let's have a little discussion on how we're going to use formulas in this class, okay? If you want to, we can get really deep into them. We're not going to need to because the exam doesn't, okay? Here's the whole approach to math on the exam, okay? $10 to 11 questions, and it will use simple math, algebra, right? It's that logical stuff that you can do pretty easily, okay? It's not going to ask you to apply. In fact, what it's going to do is it won't ask you for math results. It will ask things like this. What does this mean? And it will ask, what do you do? Now, next, first, etc. Okay. Those are the two most common types of questions, even with math questions. Okay. And again, let's get back to the formulas here. Formulas are valuable in one thing. What do they help you do? Okay. What's the purpose? What's the context, and why are we even talking about them? And that's what we're going to explore with all our formulas. When we're talking about financial analysis, when we talk about estimation, when we talk about earned value, all of those things. There's probably about 19 formulas that we could look at, but you're not going to need to you're not going to have to use the formulas. You may have to understand the concepts, and we'll see what that means in just a moment. One second here. Okay. Let's talk about these formulas. We're going to look at something called the time value of money. We're going to look at present value, future value, net present value. We may look at internal rate of return and return on investment. I'll make a note of that. We may be able to do that. We might not. It's not as important. Cost benefit, opportunity cost. We'll put opportunity cost here too. Now, the most common tool that we use in financial analysis is present value. It's today's value as compared to future value. Value in the future. That's all it is. Let me give you an example. Okay. So let's assume that we're going to choose a project based on simple value. Just to say let's just say benefit. Okay. And let's say benefit. So we have a project here and we have a benefit here. And we say project A is going to have a benefit of 45,000. Project B is going to have a benefit of 65,000. And we choose this because bigger is better. That's all well and good, right? That's easy. Let's make it a little more complicated. Let's put a concept of time in this. Let's take this and let's say this. We're going to receive 45,000 in 3 years, and we're going to receive 65,000 in 5 years. Ooh, that's a little more complicated, right? See, we have two things going on here, and this is what makes this complicated. First of all, human behavior in the form of selfishness says I want it now. And it's going to select A. But B, logic forces us to ask, is it worth waiting 2 more years for $20,000 more benefit? Aha. So guess what? We want to go the route of that second one, logic, right? B, we want to see that because, we don't know. There's an easy way to do this. Here's the easy way to do this. We turn all the future values into today values or PV. And then we can compare them equally, right? We take that 3-year value and move it to today. We take that 5-year value and move it to today, and then you can compare them. That's what we're saying. Now, how do I do this? What does it look like? This is what present value looks like. We know that when you apply an interest rate to a present value, you can generate a future value, right? This is how we analyze stocks, right? This is how do you decide whether or not you want to choose a certain stock, right? You say, okay, based on the interest rate, based on the number of years out, this is what's going to go on. Now, we can go backwards. When you apply a discount rate to a future value, you can generate a present value. And if you do it to both, you can compare them equally. Where do I get these discount rates? From finance. They do this all the time. We're learning how to speak the language of finance here. And you have discount rates on buildings, you have discount rate on products, you have discount rate on investments, all sorts of things, right? Real estate. That's how you do it. And that's why we talk about present value. It's the ability to move out any future value based on the present in order to compare things equally. Okay. Now, let's get this even more complicated. Let's talk about net present value. This gets a little more complicated, right? First of all, we start off with a set of assumptions this product will be able to function for these years, and then it will be useless or obsolete. Okay. Second of all, for each year, this product will have costs and benefits. And so here's what you can do. You can move each year's costs and benefits into the present. You can add up all the present value of the costs. You can add up all the present value of the benefits. And then you compare. Okay? Pretty simple, right? Let's do this in a little different way. Okay? This is what it looks like. It sort of looks like this. Sum of the present value of the costs compared to the sum of the present value of the benefits, right? And if it's greater than 0, we're happy. If it's less than 0, we're sad. And then if it's equal 0, we call that break even. Okay, that's net present value. It's a simple way to make these decisions. I'm not going to talk about return on investment or internal rate of return. It probably won't show up on the exam, but if you're curious, I can do a little write-up on all those. We used to have like 45 minutes to an hour and a half dedicated to these financial formulas. We just don't have it anymore. What we do need to talk about is OKRs, objectives and key results. When we say key, we're talking about major results, right? Or primary results, or the most important results. Objectives and key results, right? What's the objective? What's the purpose? What's the key result? We're going to save human lives, right? Objectives are goals and intents. We intend to do this. Can I give some example? There's an old exercise I have, and it takes about a half hour to go through it, Rima. I'll see if I can bring it up and share it with you. A couple of the people have asked for that. Can we review formulas and their application in business decisions? Okay. You're still confused by net present value. Let's talk about that post-session. Okay. I'll do a little bit write up on that. It'll take me about 10 minutes instead of 45. Okay. And we'll look at it. It's not the exercise itself, but it'll walk you through the logic of it. Let's talk about OKRs. They're metrics. They're how we're going to measure. Okay, thank you for that input, Santosh. I did an inventory of about 20 different IT groups in different corporations in 2005 or 2006. I was working with an operations director and 3 other project managers. And we discovered that IT usually uses 2 of these criteria to make decisions. Like, for instance, break even and return on investment, right? Or those type of things, or internal rate of return and return on investment. Usually you use 2 criteria, and each corporation has its preferred criteria. Incremental development. Okay. Remember we talked about that smartphone? Yeah, I remember that. There we go. Don't worry about this. We'll talk about this whole picture a little later. What we're interested in is this piece right there. Okay. One release, 2 release, 3 release. Okay. Basic phone. Phone with a better memory. And then number 3, the phone with a better camera. Okay. That's a multi-release strategy. And each one of these is going to have its release, and each one of it is going to have its own benefits, right? Now, here's the beautiful thing. If we can get that basic phone out early, the people who are going to buy that phone are going to get that value earlier. And value gained earlier raises the intrinsic nature of that value. Just because you can deliver it early, it's perceived to be greater value. Pretty cool, isn't it? This is why companies like Agile. And yes, this is Agile. This picture that we're going to be using on a regular basis is called the Agile release plan. Okay. Release, release, release. It's the Agile release plan. Enable value delivery sooner. Attain higher customer value and increase market share. Allow partial delivery. Enable early feedback. These are the things you want to think of when you're thinking about Agile. Each release will have its set of revenue. I choose to talk about benefits, not just revenue, because think about software designers like World of Warcraft. They do this all the time. They have a major expansion, which is their early release, and they say, here's a new part of the world, right? And then they have a little mini release that's maybe a dungeon or a campaign or a new town is opened up, right? And they release another one. So if they can get the expansion out early, everybody's excited. They're more excited than just getting it. They're getting it early, right? And then on top of that, World of Warcraft can actually get feedback based on that early release. Yeah, betas. That's what beta releases are. These are these iterative release strategies. That's exactly right. Okay. Let's discuss organizational change and culture. 1 second here. Okay. Shalini asks, what is this ECO coverage? Okay, we'll talk about that post session. It's sort of important. It's also over here in column D. You'll notice that they have these ECO numbers here too, and we'll talk about that. Okay. Just as a hint, some of you may know, ECO. Exam content outline. Okay. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that first thing at the end of class. Organizational culture and change. Two different topics. First of all, change management. Change has to be managed. If you don't manage it, you can't control it. You can't know if it's going to be good change or bad change. If you can formally control change, you can approve necessary change and you can reject unnecessary change. This is the purpose of change management on the project. Most of our project changes have to do with changes in the organization. Why would a PM approve change? Oh boy. I'm just going to capture that question. If we have time, we'll address it. I do talk about that. Who approves changes? Why does it have to be the project manager? We'll look at that. It depends, Jacob, and we'll talk about that who question. Okay. We're talking about organizational change. We're talking about looking at the culture of the organization. How does the organization generally approve changes? How do they make changes? What changes are easy for organizations to adopt and what changes are difficult for them to adopt? This is called assessment. We evaluate the impact of organizational change to the project and determine what needs to be done. Here's the change the organization goes through. Does this mean the project needs to be closed early? Sometimes. That's evaluation. And then we recommend options for changes. Now, when I say we, I'm not just meaning the project manager, and this may be partly answer your question, Jacob. We're looking at, first of all, human resource like experts and teams who are more qualified for the project than the project manager to make certain, change approvals. Like if you're looking for a change in a database, you're going to want the database engineer to, making those decisions. Now, how do I go into an organization and say, what's your organizational style? What's your culture? We talked a bit, there's a lot of work that you can do, right? At the break room and that kind of thing. But there are certain concepts that we want to drill in on, and it doesn't necessarily need a trip to the break room, right? It's basically asking yourself and asking other questions. And this is a good question here, right? View of leadership, hierarchy, and authority, right? Does a vice president run that organization, or does a director, or just a business manager, right? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. We'll talk about that later on. We're talking about being respectful to people, right? Risk tolerance, regulations, code of conduct. All of these things shape and define the culture. We look at risk. Risk is something that may or may not happen. And if it does happen, there'll be an impact. We'll talk more about these. We'll talk about threshold and appetite specifically when we get into risk planning. There is going to be a formal way to manage change. Number one, you want every change request to go through the process in a similar manner, and have the same type of analysis performed on it. And it has to be fairly repeatable. Now, we don't just understand, project change management. We have to also understand organizational change management, right? One of these management frameworks come from ADCAR, which is a group dedicated to change and change management, just like Project Management Institute is dedicated to project management. That ADKAR is an acronym, right? And it takes you through the steps of gaining approval for a change. Number one, awareness of that need. Number two, desiring to support that change. That's important when you're talking not just about individuals, but groups. Knowledge of how to change, ability to demonstrate new skills and behaviors, and reinforcement. Okay, these are all common steps we all go through in planning for and implementing change. What are the management and leadership activities we can do to actually, support change, help it, and help it become more influential? Coach and support the business, make people aware of things, give them information, enable an agile operating system. That would help, right? Keep knowledge current. This is not just agile projects, though. This goes for traditional projects too. We're not just going to let change occur. We're going to proactively define it. Now, let me give you something to think about, though. What if you're making too many changes? What if the changes are taking you away from your objective? You're going to have to be very focused on those key criteria, right? One second, please. I'm dedicated to remaining focused and attentive for the rest of this class. Okay. That may require me stepping away for 20 minutes, stepping away every 20 minutes, just to, clear my head and get the blood flowing through my body. I've been sitting for about 12 or 14 hours today, and at the end of the day, it gets a little draining. You said something, Ganesh. Okay. Many things lead to change. You're right. Now, there's two types of change that we're talking about. We're talking about changes to the project in order to modify the project appropriately, and change of the organization, and the organization needing to go in another direction. Okay. Now, a lot of times business uses projects and project management to influence their change. So this can get really complicated. Okay. Let's talk about North Star. This happens a lot in adaptive projects or agile projects, and we have to be very, very careful about this. A North Star, a focus point that never changes. If we focus on that and keep moving forward, we move forward in the right direction. That's what a North Star helps us with. North Star, what's the purpose of our work? North Star, what is the main impact of making changes in the organization? You know, that's what a North Star is. It keeps us focused on our objective. Now we have 2 more topics and then we go into lesson 2. Our first topic is something called governance. Governance showed up in the 6th edition of the PMBOK, I believe. It's another big deal concept. Governance, authorizations, approvals, signatures. Okay. These are the items that allow us to move forward on a project. Let's talk about governance. You don't see the screen, do you? Let's try this. There we are. Do you see that? 1 second, please. Here we go. This is the formal definition of governance. Framework, functions, and processes that guide project management activities. It encompasses the project lifecycle. So governance goes from the beginning of the project to the end, right? From project approval to the final transition, the deliverable. Okay. That's all well and good. What is governance? Again, it's the decision making. It's the signature and sign off. It's bringing an executive into a project and say, what's your decision, right? That's governance. Governance, what type? That's an important question, right? Is it just an approval? Is it a formal sign off? Do we have the federal government involved? What type of governance do we have to have? Or is it just the beginning of the phase to say, yes, you can start work? You know, who does it? What does it look like? We also have to say how much. Just like everything else on a project, you can have too much governance. What is too much governance? When it becomes a distraction, when it gets in the way of the work. And that's anything, right? Too many lunches may get in the way of the work. Everybody coming into the office late in the morning may get in the way of work, okay? Governance itself can get in the way of work if you have too many decisions. What type of approvals do we need? What are the items that need approvals and sign-offs? Change. We have to assess the change, right? Should we approve that change or should we reject it? Communication. You have received this email, yes or no, right? Documentation, decision making, internal stakeholder alignment, risk and issue identification, and on and on and on and on. Look at the list or the pieces of project governance. In Agile, we're going to have governance too, right? There's some important places where we need a governance. First of all, are we ready to start? There has to be a decision to be made that said, yes, we are starting now. And this is what we're starting with, right? This much money, these many tools, and so forth. This is not a bad exercise to go through that. Let me think about that. Let's take this slide. There will be times when you need somebody to come in and make those high-level decisions, right? Because, you know, they're executives and they are paid to make such decisions. To determine who needs to do these decisions, right? Doesn't take a lot of effort. It just takes a way of approaching the work differently. For instance, let's say that we have a decision to be made at the neighborhood level, and let's look at 2 or 3 homes. Number one, what's their level of authority? Number two, what their tolerance? If you know the authority and you know the problem, you can actually say, you know what, this is a decision that can be made by the team, or so forth. And it's really easy to read this table. You lay out a line and say, okay, this is the level of authority. You laid out another line. Here's where the product resides, and do the math. Let's talk about checkpoints for governance. When do you want to make decisions? Well, how about the decision to start the work of the project? That's going to be at the beginning. How about the decision to close out the project? That's at the end. Then all those little decisions in the middle have to fit in. To give a little more understanding of this, let's talk about predictive projects. And I'm going to build another example here. It's going to be calling build a restaurant. 1 second here. I'm going to get a little fresh water. The coffee is doing nothing for me now. Just a moment. So I said we need an example, and a simple example. Let's make a simple example of a project. Build a restaurant. Okay. Now, we're going to break that down into pieces. We're going to have landscape. We're going to have a building. We're going to have a kitchen, a bar, dining area, menus, staff, and that means hiring and training the staff. Okay. Now, each one of these we're going to call a phase. Okay. Let's define the word phase. There we go. A collection of logically related project activities that culminates in the completion of one or more deliverables. Okay. So we have landscape work. We're going to call that a phase. Building, purchasing, or building, or renting, or something to actually get the commercial building we need for the restaurant. The kitchen, moving equipment in and preparing it to be cooked, preparing for cooking. The bar, the dining area, all these things we call phases. Another way of thinking about a phase is this. In traditional life cycles, it's a large work item. It's not a small one, it's not an activity. It's a large one. It's made up of a bunch of activities, right? That's what we mean. So why am I going on about phases? Oftentimes, you need approvals to start a phase. You need approvals to finish a phase, right? To start it. Do we have everything we need? To finish it. Is the work done? We'll talk about the relationship of phases in work breakdown structures a little later, okay? Yeah, we get to that in scope. So that's just a few governance checkpoint at the beginning of landscape, at the end of landscape, at the beginning of the building, at the end of the building. Even at the beginning of the project, are we ready to start this project? Or at the end of the project, are we done with the project? This is looking at governance points or checkpoints for our project, right? We're making sure that we don't have to, we don't have to stop the project work, for inconsequential reasons. We have phase gates too. Let's talk about phase gate. If a gate means an entry point or exit point between territories, a phase gate is an entry or exit point between phases. Okay. That's what we're talking about. And this is not a bad idea to have these governance checkpoints established on your schedule. In adaptive projects, we do it a little differently though. And we'll talk about that when we get into adaptive change management and also approval. Now, just to digress a little more about projects, you can have phases that are sequential or overlapping. What does that mean? Sequential. One follows the other. We also have overlapping phases. And you can see that down here, right? Yeah, parallel, overlapping. Those terms are used interchangeably in our work. What's the difference between gate and phase gate? Gate is a general term, a transition point. Phase gate is a project term or PM term. Okay. And it is influential. It is important. Okay. Can you have hybrid and agile? Or is it only in waterfall do we have these gate checks? Oh, like I said, agile does these all the time. It pulls people together and says, do we have consensus on this, right? Oh, yeah. And if agile does this, and if traditional project does this, then certainly hybrid projects do this also. One moment, please. Is a decision gate the same as a phase gate? Yeah, for most purposes. Okay. We'll talk about agile and gates there too. Okay. It's a little more complicated than that. And we haven't talked about why it might be complicated. Okay. Okay. In traditional projects, it makes sense, like building a restaurant, right? There are often times you cannot move forward unless somebody approves something or makes a decision. That makes sense, doesn't it? Right? But when it comes to adaptive projects, and let me finish out that thought. We still have those decision points, right? They may not be on a phase. They may be just gates, right? They may be gates for, the middle of the project or the review part or something smaller than a phase or larger. We'll look at this and yeah, like I said, I do need to address this. I've had that question come up before, Varun, or statement, I should say. Yeah, it's agile is not sequential and it's not parallel either. It's something unique entirely, and we'll talk about that. Now let's go into compliance. What do I mean by compliance? It's type of governance. Let's write that down. Oh, okay. The problem is I do need to capture questions because it shapes the delivery and when I see comments, it's awfully hard for me to interpret them as statements or questions. And if they're statements and I need to correct them, I will indeed correct them. So everyone, this is one of the reasons why I leave the chat window open to understand what you're saying and shape the delivery of my material. It's sort of important. Compliance is a form of governance. Okay. It's a validation that we are or are not following process or procedure. That's it. That's compliance. It's an approval. This approval is called an audit. It can also be called verification. Okay. Here are items that you might have compliance around or compliance requirements. You may have to have somebody come in, or you just may have to have a member of the team, like a stakeholder or an expert or a team member say, okay, we're following these things like government regulations. We're following these regulations, corporate policies. We're following that. Product and project quality. This is called quality assurance. Risk, right? Let's go into this a little bit deeper. Compliance says we're doing something in a similar way over and over. I want you to think about this. Okay. I really want you to think about this. Quality assurance is we are following this process in our work. consistently. Okay, that's what quality assurance is, right? Precision, it's repeatability. Will you agree with me? I think, yeah, it is. It is. Compliance is we are following process, right? Occupational safety and health. HIPAA, HIMSS, Sarbanes-Oxley, right? That's similar, isn't it? So isn't compliance similar to quality assurance, or isn't quality assurance type of compliance? Yeah, if you think about it. I'm not going to debate with this, but I will finish this discussion right now. Okay, guys, I'm not going to debate this, but I'm going to follow this right now. Okay. Quality, doing the work correctly. Okay. Compliance, we are following process. Manufacturing a car, did we put the seat belts in? Okay. Yes, this is an act of quality assurance. We are following government guidelines. This also says we are compliant or complying with these federal regulations. Okay? Do you see what I'm saying? Does this make sense? When we talk about quality, we will look at standards and governance. So quality assurance is reached by compliance. You can say that. Quality assurance is one form of compliance on the project. It gets a little more complicated than that, but don't try to make these things different. Okay, don't try to make these things different, and don't make it overly complicated. Okay? You're really struggling with this, and you don't have to here. We have legal or regulatory. Okay? We have standards, which are good practice. We have regulations that respond to required laws and policy. Okay? We'll talk about these things when we get into quality. Now, quality itself is going to have to be modified for each project. It's sort of like saying, if I'm building the circuitry for a computer, I'm going to have one, type of quality. And if I'm building a swimming pool for children, I'm going to have a different type of quality, right? But that difference is not going to be in the methodology of the processes. The difference is the application, the amount of precision, the measurement that you're going to have to do the quality. Okay. But we are going to tailor it for the project. What type of areas are we going to look at compliance? Environmental risk, right? Is the company smokestack in the factory putting out carcinogens in the air? Workplace safety and health, are people walking under ladders? Social responsibility, are we concerned about our community and the people living in it? Quality, process risk, all of these things are under compliance. Threat or risk and compliance are important. Okay. This is how important risk is to compliance. When we plan our compliance, we mark it on the schedule, right? We'll perform our audits on this date, right? Right. Or maybe it'll be a random audit, right? But at least it'll be there on the schedule, okay? Here's the problem. We plan for a successful audit, not a failed audit. We never plan for failure, do we? That's what risk identification is. Risk identification says, what's the risk of failing this audit? And that's sort of important to do. Here's why. Audits are critical for your project, especially when they look at regulations and laws and policy that you have to follow. Because if we don't, what's the impact, right? Number one, the company's not doing what it's supposed to do. Number two, the company may have to pay fines. Number three, the company's image will be tarnished. This is a big deal, everyone. When people say compliance, we say, oh, it's just somebody coming in to approve. Yeah. And that's a big thing. What happens if that person isn't available? It's not just that, it's going to hurt the schedule. It's that the federal government can come in and impose a fine, right? Occupational safety and health can actually say, I don't care if you need that project done by Friday. I say that you guys need training first, and then I'll allow you to get back to work, okay? This is, there's a reason why I'm spending 3 to 5 minutes talking about this topic. This is important. You need stakeholders, team members, and everyone to be aware. This is a compliance activity. This is important. And if we don't do this, here's what's going to happen. It sounds like a risk, right? It might happen. And if it does, it will impact. It's exactly what we're doing. We're serving the purpose of raising these issues around compliance, which is totally appropriate. Don't plan for a failed audit, but identify the risk around it, okay? Compliance should be the target of the project, not just the deliverable, right? What are we saying with this? We're saying that oftentimes one of the strongest messages of the project manager can be compliance. You can actually measure compliance like you measure duration. That's right, Varun. That's a good way to put it. I may review that question and confirm that I don't have to make any modifications. Here's some considerations. When you're actually doing process audits on your project, we have compliance activities, right? Number one, write it down. What do we need from compliance? Is this a healthcare company? Do we have to make sure we're HIPAA compliant? What type of documents are necessary for that? Risk planning itself, right? Compliance counsel. And we're done. And that gives us the end of our first lesson. Wow. Let me talk about something here. So you noticed real quickly that there's a 3-digit number there, right? You see 3.1.1 and 3.1.2 and 3.1.5, right? Everybody sees this. Okay. I'll end on that, Asta. I'll end on that question today, okay? I'll do that before we close. Three dot one. Let me go into the PMI website, pmi.org, Project Management Institute. Certifications, the PMP. And there we go. Here's the exam content outline. Notice that we have 3 sets of numbers: domain, task, and examples. Okay, see that? If you go and review the exam content outline, it talks about these. It says domain. What do I mean by that first number? Task. What do I mean by that second number? Enabler. What do I mean by that third number? So if I look here, I have 1 for the domain. I have 1 for the task. And I have 2 for this. So we're talking about people domain, manage conflict, analyze the context for the conflict. Does everybody see this? Does everybody see this? Okay. Now, the training material is mapped to the exam content outline through the tasks. Isn't that neat? And in fact, if you go over to column D, that's what this is. That's the exam content outline mapping. Does that make sense? Now, there's a third piece that you need to understand. There will be 180 questions on the exam, okay? 40% will be about leadership. 50% will be like scope, schedule, budget, and so forth. And 10% will be about the business. Now, I want to show you something here. This is where things get really goofy. You have the breakdown here, right? And then you have 14 people tasks. You have 17 process tasks. You have 4 business tasks. You know what this means? That means since the exam is totally random, you have a chance of getting 4 to 5 questions on the exam. Related to each task. Understand the tasks. Understand our class material. Understand the tasks. Pass the exam. Aha! Is this starting to make sense now? The exam content outline defines the exam. The first number is the domain. That's correct with me. Okay? Okay. Now, I'm going to end up today with this question. Okay? What does risk planning have to do with compliance on a project? Well, if you don't consciously do it, it won't happen. How bad is this? Pretty bad. Okay, here's why. Let's say you have an OSHA or safety audit that has to occur midway through your project. Okay. Number one, You do no risk identification around this compliance requirement. 2, you miss the date. 3, you have caused issues for your project, the organization, and the company. Okay? That's how important it is. That's how important it is. Compliance is one of these critical factors on the project. And one of the things that you must do is use it as a source of identifying risk. The answer is no. Okay, is everybody comfortable with how important risk identification is in compliance? That's a good one, Varun. Yep. There we go. This is why they talk, that's why they had 3 slides on identifying risk in compliance. That's a big deal, guys. When you look at this material, when you see things that like show up either 3 or 5 or 7 times, there's a reason why. Now you're beginning to see that reason why. Okay. We're at the end of our day. We haven't done too bad, actually. In fact, we've completed our first lesson, and next week we'll start off with lesson 2. Let's catch up our dashboard and then we'll share files. Okay. There is a survey link over in the chat log. Please consider filling it out. It gives you a chance to give us an understanding of your satisfaction, but it also helps you giving us advice. 15. Not too bad. We got more slides completed than we planned. Pretty good. And now what we get to do is go over here. Well, we need to update something here. We have 7 days left now. Even next week, I'll be taking it. Is there a mock test? No. We'll talk about that post-session. Okay? Okay. Pretty good, everyone. So, there are no mock tests for just lesson 1 or topics. But the Mastery Builder PDF has a set of questions for topics. Okay. Shalini, it depends. Instead of saying we're going to get lesson 1 done, let's continue to hit about 57 slides per class. And if we do that, we'll be fine. Okay? The Mastery Builder PDF is over in the Learning Options Choice folder. Okay? There's the link to the online folder. I will update those files after I've left class. Let me save this file and let me share some files with you. Yeah, with the inability to copy paste links, I would suggest contacting support. They may know something about your form factor, the architecture of the device you're using. There's our dashboard. And there are session notes. Will it be available in Dropbox? No. No. You find it over at pmi.lochoice.com. Remember, we went through that yesterday. If you want that, you can probably purchase it. Yep. And Syed, like yesterday, I will copy the new files over after I've left class. Okay? Okay. Thanks again, everyone. I will be around for the next few minutes, for about 10 or 15 minutes. I do have some more questions I'd like to answer, and you may have questions that you want to ask, okay? Certainly. Have a great day. And we'll talk for another 10 or 15 minutes. This will be recorded. You don't have to be here. The recordings generally show up within 24 to 48 hours. And if it doesn't, contact support, okay? Okay. Thank you. We got that. We got that. We got that. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So I'm experimenting with ChatGPT to create these examples, okay? Now, until I have success, it will take me a couple hours to generate each example request. Okay, it's not as simple as you think. The examples I use, they're simple for me because I've used them for years. So if you want me to put together another example, do that. Have I uploaded today's notes? No, Manas. I will upload them after I leave class. Okay. Okay. Just a second here. Okay. I'll talk about that later. We've talked about that. I'll talk about this later. Question, OPA has project policies, lessons learned. And can I brief on EEF and OPAs? Yeah, I can give you another review. Okay, let me show you where the mastery builder is instead of give you the link. Okay, Rajesh? Do you have to prepare? Well, this is what I recommend for the first few classes until I start assigning exercises and questions. Okay? Okay, Vijaya? And I've been requesting that each class. That's probably both the minimum and the maximum I can expect. I expect that you'll be spending maybe an hour a day during the week going through this, just to keep it fresh in your mind. That's what I do. And that does not see that 1 hour a day, number one, doesn't eat into family time. It shouldn't, and it shouldn't eat into your business time too. And anyway, think about it this way, right? You're actually giving 8 hours a day to somebody else. That's not your time anymore. You're working for them, not for you. So if you can do it for an hour a day, do that. Where do we post those questions if you have questions? Here. Here's what I recommend. Go into session notes. Go to the forum thread in session notes. There we go. Okay. Now, you're asking, where can we find the mastery builder? I can show that to you. There we go. If you go into the learning options choice, and we looked at that yesterday. If you go over to the student content over in learning options, go to the student resources, you'll be able to see the, where is it? There it is, right there. How's that? You posted a question on the community. It usually takes me 24 to 48 hours to get there, okay? And I have been terribly busy. I have a lot of requests for my time and attention, okay? But I will try to spend a little more time out on the forum this week. I have about 30 forum questions lined up. I won't be able to get to them for another 24 hours, but I will be working on the forum there, okay? Be patient with me. And if I'm not working at closing out your question, you're in class with me and you have full authority to ask that same question to me, okay? Yeah, I'm not going to talk about internal rate of return directly. I may just type it up, but if you want to review it after I've completed it, yeah, if you want to talk about it, we can talk about internal rate of return next week. Okay. Okay. I'm done, everyone. I want to thank you all. Is that enough material in the PMI authorized PMP exam? Asif, instead of asking that question, Asif, take the advice I gave you yesterday, okay? Take the advice I gave you yesterday, Asif. Go into the frequently asked question, look at the preparation plan, and that'll give you a good idea of what it's going to take for you to prepare, okay? The timing, the scope, the requirements, everything's there. Thanks again, everyone. Have a wonderful day. And we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello learners, thank you so much for your active participation in the session. So learners, before we wrap up the session now, I'm sharing with you the feedback survey link in chat box. Please requesting you all to participate here as well. Rate us with 5, less than 5. Please share your comments and feedback, learners, along with the rating, so we can improve in our upcoming sessions. Please everybody participate in the feedback survey. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. Happy learning. Yeah. Hi, Asif. May I please know if anybody has any confusion or doubts related to the course? Asif, for this, I would request you to please raise a ticket for membership, and the team they will give you the update. All right. Thank you so much, Asif. Please requesting you to raise a ticket, mentioning your query. All right. Thank you. Yeah. So the PMI membership, for PMI membership especially, I would request you all learners whoever has doubt there, please raise a ticket, and you can raise a ticket from your dashboard from your LMS. On right side, beside the profile icon, you'll be having option of help question mark in blue color. Just go there, have a virtual chat with Arya. If still you are not satisfied with the replies which Arya gives, then at last you'll be having option of create a ticket. There you can create a ticket by mentioning the course name and the query, and then you'll get the resolution within 24 to 48 hours. So I would request you for PMI membership, please raise a ticket. All right, thank you so much. Great. So I think that's okay. Like if there is any other doubts, please let me know. Okay, Lenis, I think there is no doubt anymore. Fine. Exam preparation link. Santosh, can you please little elaborate for which link you're talking about? PMB exam preparation. Okay. Okay. So here also, like Santosh, you will have to raise a ticket, and for exam and PMI membership, they have a different team who handles the concern, who handles the ticket. So here I would request you again to please raise a ticket in regards to the PMI membership and PMP exam preparation. The exam team and the Delight team, they will connect with you. I hope that's fine, Santosh. Okay, thank you so much. All right, learners, thank you so much all again. Happy learning. Yeah, please, before leaving the session, participate in the feedback survey, which I have shared above. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Happy learning. Bye-bye.